Having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Kazim. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Heavenly Father, as all of your children gather here today from different walks of life, acknowledging you as Lord, Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah, or Brahman, we thank you for waking us up this morning and choosing us to serve your kingdom. Lord, we ask you for your grace and your mercy upon our lives. Instill in us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Bless the work of our hands so we can continue to bless others. Forgive us for the known and the unknown, and teach us how to forgive others as well. Keep us away from any form of temptation that is not according to your plan, and keep our path straight. Cover our loved ones back at home as we fulfill your duties. Fill our families with love, peace, and prosperity. Wrap your arms around those grieving who continuously get up every day to still serve the purpose you have placed on their hearts. Grant them the strength and fill their hearts with healing, peace, and joy. Lord, only you know what we all face daily in our lives personally. I ask that you spread your wings around us, be our refuge and our shield. Heal us mentally, emotionally, and physically. May we find solace in your presence and guidance. And all of God's children say, amen.
I pledge allegiance. Sergeants at arms, open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, approval of the Journal of Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 will be postponed until printed. The following journals are in print and without objection will be approved. Wednesday, October the 18th, 2023. Monday, October 23rd, 2023. Monday, October 30th, 2023. Colleagues, please take your seats. Colleagues, please take your seats. The House will come to order. Colleagues, we do have some very special guests from all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're going to start with who is seated right up here on the dais. It is a delight to welcome our former colleague who represented the 122nd Legislative District from 1982 to 2011. He served from 2009 till 2010 as Speaker of this Pennsylvania House of Representatives. He's here with his daughter, Dr. Courtney McCall, who's an optometrist in Luzerne County back home. She is the Vice President of the Northeastern Chapter of the PA Optometric Association. And in the gallery, there are more members from the Pennsylvania Optometric Association, along with Dr. James Diome, the President, Dr. Jessica Young, the President-elect, Dr. Richard Kristoff, and the Legislative Chair. They're all here for the Optometric Association's Day in the Capitol, but I would, at this time, ask that our former colleague and his lovely wife and daughter, Keith McCall, please stand. The chair is glad to welcome a former chair to the House of Representatives. we are grateful for you to be here. In the gallery, we have some very important guests. They did not come from too far, so we're very lucky to have our students right from Cumberland County across the water. We have our colleagues, Representatives Delosier, Kutz, Gleim, brought the robotics team, the Javengers. They are the first tech challenge team from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. After qualifying and competing at the Pennsylvania State Championship, they attended the World Championship in Houston, Texas, and they were awarded third place in the Connect Award for the Franklin Division. This prestigious award is offered to the teams who've been well established in their community and have worked with influential engineers and professors. Colleagues, let's celebrate the Javengers and their championship. Congratulations. Also in the gallery, our colleagues who serve Dauphin County, Representatives Fleming, Representative Kim, Representative Madsen, and our colleague who serves York as well, Representative Kiefer, have the St. Teresa varsity boys basketball team. They were the first place 2024 PA State Catholic Youth Organization Boys Championship. They are distinguished because they won not only the season, but their third consecutive championship with a record of 26 wins and only 1 loss. St. Teresa varsity boys team, please stand. Congratulations. Also in the gallery, our colleague who serves Indiana County, Representative Struzzi, has brought to us the Peters Township Dance Team. Just in February, they won back-to-back national championships at the UDA High School National Competition in the category of hip-hop at the ESPN Worldwide Sports in Orlando, Florida. Peters Township, we see you up there. Congratulations. Welcome to the floor of the House. We have some very special guests seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum. I'm so thrilled to welcome them as they are my guests. I'm excited that we have folks from all across Pennsylvania from the Alzheimer's the Alzheimer's Association of Pennsylvania Advocacy Day. We have George Buckby, and please stand when I say your name. He's from Lackawanna County. We have Jennifer Davis from Delaware County, Mary Ellen Buckby from Lackawanna County, Marlon Martin from Allegheny County, Melanie Cole from Mercer County, Mike Stanford from Adams County, Bob Marino from Montgomery County, and a very special constituent, friend, and the former chaplain of the last facility where my mother was for 6 months. And I'm happy to say Elder Shirley Dash still provides ministerial services to my mom and I on a regular basis. It's great to see you in the Capitol today. Thank you all for being here. We honor and recognize you. While we are waiting for a few more guests to arrive, are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 201 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The House will temporarily be at ease. The House will come to order. We have some more guests that are now in the hall of the House. Seated to the left of the Speaker's rostrum, we are so excited that our colleague from Allegheny County, Representative Kincaid, has brought the Allegheny County Treasurer here. Please stand. We are thrilled to see and have in our presence Erica Roque Brusselars, who's visiting the Capitol today. We thank you for all your hard work back home. Welcome. In the gallery, our colleague from Philadelphia County has with us today Jenna Curtis and her 10-year-old daughter, Nolan Pace. Jenna and Nolan are at the Capitol today to advocate on behalf of the Lead-Free Promise Project. Jenna is the founder of Get the Lead Out campaign in Philadelphia. Jenna and Nolan, welcome. Thank you for your hard work. Also in the gallery, our colleague from Luzerne County, Representative Renkavage, is hosting the Political Discussion Club from the Holy Redeemer High School. They've traveled to Harrisburg, where they're having a tour with Representative Renkavage, and they are observing session today. With the Political Discussion Club from Holy Redeemer, please stand. We're so glad to have you. Also in the gallery, our colleague, Representative Venkat, has some members of the Pennsylvania Academy of Ophthalmology. They are here representing ophthalmology, their patients, in the high quality that all of their patients deserve. With the Academy of Ophthalmology, please stand. Thank you for being here today. The House will come to order as we recognize our guests. The House will come to order. Also in the gallery, our colleagues who serve Beaver, Butler, and Washington County, Representatives Marshall, Kale, and Bernstein, have with us today the Black Hawk High School girls basketball team. They are the state champions as they won the 2023-2024 PIAA Class 4A girls basketball state champions. With the Black Hawk champions, please stand. Congratulations. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals May 1st, 2024. House Bill 2263 and Senate Bill 832, both to Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities. Senate Bill 1109, Labor and Industry. House Bill 2262, House Bill 2264, both to State Government. Referrals May 3rd, 2024. House Resolution 418, Gaming Oversight. House Resolution 419 to Health. House Resolution 421, Human Services. House Bill 2268, Insurance. House Resolution 416, Judiciary. House Bill 2265, Local Government. House Bill 2267, State Government. House Resolution 417, Tourism and Economic and Recreational Development.
The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 478, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. House Bill 2233, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. House Bill 2251, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. Senate Bill 915, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Kim, Chair of the Committee on Insurance, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1021, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. House Bill 1867, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. House Bill 2138, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. House Bill 2234, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. Senate Bill 943, Reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Pashinsky, chair of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Affairs, who reports the following resolution. House Resolution 402, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It is agreed to. Also in the gallery, our colleague, Representative Marshall, has his district office legislative staff visiting the Capitol today. With these hardworking legislative assistants from Beaver County, please stand. Welcome. Thank you for all your hard work taking care of the neighbors back home. The House will briefly be at ease as our final guests come onto the floor of the House. The House will come to order. Chair thanks the colleagues. Colleagues, if you could take your seats, we have one final special guest that we are finally ready to acknowledge, as so many of them have just arrived to the Hall of the House in the gallery. Seated both in the rear of the House and in the gallery, we are privileged, humbled, and honored to have the largest social action organization for African American women among us. This afternoon, it is with great pleasure that I welcome the chairs, the presidents from national, regional parts all across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the leadership of the outstanding organization. And just for the information of the members, before Representatives Cephas, Curry, Mays, and Powell were members of this august body, the chair welcomed and hosted these amazing women multiple years in a row, but nobody ever remembers the small facts. Please welcome the devastating divas of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement. Representative Mullins for a committee announcement, perhaps caucus also.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are three announcements. The first is that the Rules Committee will meet immediately upon the break, to be immediately followed by the Appropriations Committee, which will meet in the Majority Caucus Room. We will be caucusing from 1 to 2 p.m. and expect to return to the floor at 2:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Dunbar, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 1:15. Republicans will caucus at 1:15. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, the Majority Chair of Children and Youth, for a committee announcement. Representative Bullock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Children and Youth Committee will meet at 12:45 in room B31, Main Capitol. That's House Children and Youth Committee at 12:45 in B31. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The House will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 2:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 98, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 1608, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2097, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. House Bill 2174, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1661, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bullock, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 393. Reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bullock, Chair of the Committee on Children and Youth, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. H.R. 353 to the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 337, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 404, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. H.R. 415, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. The House will come to order. Colleagues, please take your seats. We just have a few afternoon guests that we'd like to acknowledge. Colleagues, please take your seats. We have some very special guests from Berks County that are here with us today. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, our colleague that serves Berks County, Representative Gillen, has his favorite constituent here today. His daughter is here today, Glory Gillen. She's entering her senior year at Bob Jones University, where she's studying criminal justice. She's on the dean's list, and she is in the ROTC program. Gloria, thank you for your service to our nation. Let's all welcome her. Also here from Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas has Margot Levin from the Jewish Federation, along with Judith Cranes. They were all here this morning for the Holocaust Memorial event in the governor's reception room. Thank you all for your advocacy. The House will briefly be at ease. The House will come to order. Members, if I can have your attention briefly. Colleagues, we have another guest, Representative Gillen. It's just come to the information of the chair. Colleagues, if you could take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please clear the aisles. Colleagues, we have another guest that we need to learn about. I was so privileged just a moment ago to meet another guest of Representative Gillen. This afternoon, he's brought to the floor of the House, Jonathan Gillen. Although not his constituent, he's from our neighboring state, I say the other side of Pennsylvania, Ohio. He is a first lieutenant in our United States Army, and next week, he'll be deploying to the Middle East. Let's thank him for his service and remember him. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 365, printers number 2995, on page 7 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the month of May 2024 as Jewish American Heritage Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Dan Frankel.
Will the House agree to the resolution? It's the chair's understanding that the gentleman, Representative Coffer, withdraws A04276. Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentleman, Representative Roy, offers amendment A04283. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair's understanding the gentleman withdraws the amendment. Chair thanks the gentleman. On the resolution, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a kid, I went to 25 bar and bat mitzvahs growing up. So my experience with Jewish and Muslim traditions have always been intertwined. They certainly never felt at odds with each other. When you're a kid, you're going in and out of your friend's house, having dinner, celebrating events, and noticing differences and similarities with your own home and your own traditions. It wasn't until much later that I understood that one area of commonality between Jews and Muslims, that they have both been the subject of hatred, of tropes, and of suspicion. Our Jewish neighbors welcomed me and my family, and their generosity made a permanent impression on me. And the food. As a student, I look forward to the delicious treat of hamantaschen made by my good friend Michelle Roseman's mom, Miss Roseman, each Purim. She brought it for all the kids to enjoy. And every year on my birthday, October 14th, I got to eat a Jewish apple cake. And the best dinner is still the meal I ate at Zahav in Center City. Jewish Pennsylvanians have helped build this commonwealth that we love. The Jewish value of tikkun olam, or repair the world, has been the engine behind countless charities and aid organizations in our state, including HIAS, Pennsylvania, which supports our most vulnerable, and I have been proud to support. I know that our chamber appreciates the contributions of Jewish Pennsylvanians throughout history and still today. Please join me in passing this resolution to honor those contributions by designating the month of May as Jewish American Heritage Month. Thank you.
On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Allegheny, the chair of Health, Representative Frankel.
Thank you. First, let me begin by thanking my colleague from Philadelphia for his remarks and support and the spirit in which he gave them. I think is something that we all ought to take note of and promote throughout this General Assembly in our communities. 2 years ago, I was subject to a series of vile anti-Semitic attacks and threats on a social media platform. The individuals on that website used particular hateful slurs that I had honestly thought were no longer in circulation. It was a reminder that while the vast majority of Pennsylvanians believe in tolerance and value diversity, an undercurrent of hatred persists. The Anti-Defamation League just released its annual audit of anti-Semitic incidents in the United States for 2023. They found them to be at an all-time high since the ADL began tracking them in 1979. We have certainly seen that increase in my Jewish neighborhood in Squirrel Hill in recent months, where a group of teens speaking Hebrew at a coffee shop were confronted about the war in Gaza, where a Jewish family, came home to find a Nazi slogan spray painted on their property, where windows have been smashed, fake blood has been smeared, and tires have been punctured at Jewish homes and businesses. These incidents make people afraid to practice their faith, and that in itself is a tragedy. Because just like the beautiful neighborhood where Representative Khan grew up, Pennsylvania is at its best when we can share our heritage and our faith with each other freely. When we can celebrate our similarities and our differences, that is how we defy the forces of hatred. And that's what we are doing here today. I love being Jewish. I love that my faith connects me to my ancestors and to the great-great-grandchildren I will never meet. I know that many of you feel similarly about your own faith and heritage. I hope you'll join me today in voting to designate May as Jewish American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 199, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 352, printers number 2795 on page 7 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the month of July 2024 as Muslim Heritage and Appreciation Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Tariq Khan.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Frankel, on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know one sentence from the Quran that I can share with you today as we vote to establish Muslim American Heritage Month. That sentence is, repel evil by that which is better. I read that line in a news story more than 5 years ago, after 11 of my friends and neighbors were gunned down in their synagogues in a shocking act of hate and violence. I've spoken many times before about the outpouring of love from all over the world that followed that tragedy. The news story was about the Muslim response, which was near instantaneous. It wasn't one person or one mosque or one organization. Muslim-created funds sprung up in Chicago, Knoxville, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh. The donations rolled in by the hour, hundreds and thousands and hundreds of thousands. Those early days were a terrible blur. You don't get to choose what you remember from that time like that. But repel evil by that which is better, that stuck with me. A simple phrase to explain why so many Muslim people felt compelled to take care of their grieving Jewish neighbors by opening their wallets. Muslim Pennsylvanians have helped shape this Commonwealth, and they helped bring comfort to my community when we needed it the most. I will never forget it. I hope you will join me in voting to honor their contributions to the state of Pennsylvania by naming June Muslim American Heritage Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a kid, I got to choose my religion, and the options were all around me. I had a Catholic mom, a Muslim dad, and we lived in a Jewish neighborhood. We celebrated Christmas trees on holidays, and we had lox and bagels on Sunday. As a high school student, it wasn't until then that I started gravitating toward the Muslim traditions. In high school, it was that I learned about civil rights leaders, many of who were influenced by Muslim teachings. I watched uncles and cousins fasting during Ramadan, and I saw how it connected them to their community and to ancient traditions. And it made me want to be part of something bigger. For me, Islam is a framework for striving to be the best version of myself, particularly during Ramadan. But I can tell you that when you're fasting, the days are long. I can remember waking up at dawn, before dawn in high school, and watching Different Strokes reruns and eating for suhoor. And at the end of the day, the food never tasted so good and the water never tasted so refreshing. And that decision I made as a 14-year-old really sustained me as I went into adulthood. Now as a legislator, I can see how our mosques do so much to support people in the community, including with food pantries, after-school programs, and all kinds of services. Many new immigrants in Pennsylvania start their lives new here with the support of their mosques. I'm very proud here to stand today as a Muslim representative, asking you to support this resolution recognizing July as Muslim Heritage Month. Thank you.
Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 132, the nays are 69. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 413, printer's number 3011 on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing and honoring the members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated for more than a century of commitment to social activism, academic excellence, and civic engagement in this Commonwealth on the occasion of Delta Day at the State Capitol, introduced by Representative Mays.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Mays.
In 1913, the right of women to vote was a lightning rod issue. It was a noble cause that would define our democracy. Suffrage for women did not include all women. A group of college students in Washington, D.C. at Howard University who supported the right to vote and wanted all women to have the right to vote, regardless of race or property ownership, attended or desired to attend the historic Women's March in D.C. on March 3rd, 1913, where they were unwelcomed by the National Women's Suffrage Association. These brave and daring young black women who had just founded Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated on January 13th, 1913, stood in the face of racial discrimination within the suffragist movement. They decided that for the legacy of the black women who desired to serve their communities who would come after them, it was imperative for them to lift up their voices and join this march for suffrage anyway, where they were not welcome, where they put themselves in danger, and where they were the only black women represented in the march that day. These 22 Delta Sigma Theta founders would change the trajectory of this Commonwealth and this nation. This action was a spark that lit the flame for what Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated has become today, and it is reflective and exemplifies the vision and courage that has a foundation in scholarship, service, sisterhood, and social action. From that small group of young black women at Howard University to a global and premier women's organization with over 350,000 members in their Crimson and Cream and over 1,000 chapters, advancing the 5-point programmatic thrusts of educational development, economic development, international awareness, political awareness, and physical and mental health. It is in that lineage that we welcome the members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated today from the 29 chapters and 29 communities across Pennsylvania that they represent for their 21st annual Delta Days Pennsylvania. Every year, hundreds of members travel to the Capitol to meet and engage with all of us on important issues that impact the communities that Delta serves every day. I am proud to be a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, along with my soror representatives, Rep. Morgan Cephas, Rep. Gina H. Curry, and Rep. Lindsay Powell, and I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for an affirmative vote for 111 years of legacy dedicated to academic excellence, service, and justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 130, the nays are 71. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 335, printers number 2576 on page 2 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill bans future sales and purchases of accelerated trigger activators.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Gatos offers a 04295. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Gatos. Chair thanks the gentlelady. The gentlelady withdraws the amendment. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1615, printers number 3016, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for minimum energy and water efficiency standards for certain products.
Representative Flick offers Amendment A 04274. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Flick. Chair's understanding that Representative Flick withdraws the amendment. Chair thanks the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman, Representative Heffley, rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of Amendment A 04355 to House Bill 1615.
Representative Heffley moves to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of late filed Amendment A 04355. Question is, will the House suspend its rules? Members are reminded that pursuant to Rule 77, the motion to suspend is only debatable by the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill. On that question, Representative Heffley.
Thank you. I ask for the support to suspend the rules to consider this amendment, which is a gut and replace amendment designed to protect those who enjoy outdoor grilling. At a time when folks are discussing the merits of banning the use of gas for cooking, we need a strong stand today to protect the rights.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will contain his remarks to the motion to suspend. The bill is not up for debate. The amendment is not even on the floor. But the gentleman has made a motion to suspend the rules, and the gentleman will talk to the colleagues here as to whether the House should suspend its rules to consider an amendment that we will not be referencing or debating. Does the gentleman understand?
Here. We're good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Suspending the rules so we can consider the underlying amendment would significantly improve House Bill 1615, and I would ask my colleagues to preserve freedom and vote to suspend the rules.
Those in favor of suspending the rules will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the question, the yeas are 99, the nays are 102. Less than a two-third majority have been voted in the affirmative. The motion fails. Will the House agree to the bill it's agreed to? The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1626, printers number 2728 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires large employers to conspicuously display in the workplace a posting developed and provided by the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs that shares information about veterans' benefits and services.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Deasy offers Amendment A04266. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment and the maker of the bill, the chair, majority chair of Liquor. Chair withdraws. Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair stands for a summary of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just ask for an affirmative vote for the amendment, the bill. Thank you.
Chair encourages the gentleman to give a brief summary of the amendment under question A04266.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just a technical amendment for the Department of Labor and Industry and Veterans Affairs. Just a technical amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 200, the nays are 1. The amendment is adopted. Representative Crawford offers Amendment A02475. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne, the maker of the amendment, Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the good gentleman. This is an agreed-to amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair encourages the gentleman to give a summary of the amendment. Chair recognizes again the gentleman from Luzerne, the maker of the amendment, Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an amendment that we have already voted for before in the form of a bill that establishes the Vet Connect program across Pennsylvania in statute. It helps connect thousands and thousands of veterans to benefits that we have across the Commonwealth that are available to our veterans. I'd ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman, the chair, the maker of the bill, Representative Deasy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed-to amendment.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment's adopted. Will the House agree to the bill as agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2206, printers number 2923 on page 3 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires all licensed firearm importers, manufacturers, and dealers to submit their records of sale to the state police electronically rather than by mail, unless there is a reported electronic failure or the seller conducts 20 or fewer firearm transactions a year.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's the chair's understanding that all amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the amendment maker. Will the House agree to the bill as agreed to? Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 98, printers number 2819 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill as agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends and strengthens the equal pay law.
Will the House agree to the bill as agreed to? This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really do appreciate the intent of the bill. However, I'm going to like to give some statistics on the bill that I didn't think were brought out in committee. The Department of Labor and Industry has reported that there has not been a single equal pay complaint filed with the Bureau in over 20 years. And they say it's due to the protections provided through the Fair Labor Standards Act. They indicate that the removal of the exemption of individuals covered by Section 6 of FLSA will create a sea change for state-level enforcement. Madam Speaker, there are already federal and state laws that protect employees from discriminatory practices related to employment due to race, sex, color, and national origin. This legislation, at best, creates more restrictions and requirements on employers, and at worst, is a talking point. I would also like to point out costs, Madam Speaker. The changes made to the penalties structure is absurd. When the numbers are really studied, you'll find that under current law, a fine for 20 violations, just 2 employees, would cost an employer $4,000. With the changes made in the underlying bill, those same 20 violations could cost $200,000. The department has indicated this legislation will require 12 new investigators to effectively enforce the act, with a year-over-year cost of $1.2 million. They also indicate that the cost to maintain a database to track claims will cost $2 million this year and $200,000 each year after. Madam Speaker, studies show that the gender pay gap to be significant, in order for it to be significant, it would have to be at least 65 to 80 cents. However, the American Association of University Women found that when you control for differences between men and women of occupation, college major, and length of time in the workplace, the gap is actually 7 cents on the dollar. The difference between the adjusted and the unadjusted and the adjusted wage gap would indicate that the pay gap is more indicative of choices that men and women make about their careers and priorities. Between this fact, Madam Speaker, and the cost and how there has not been a single equal pay complaint filed with the Bureau in over 20 years, I encourage my colleagues to vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Diorsi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 98. As it's currently written, there is no avenue of recourse should an employer be subject to a frivolous accusation of discrimination. I think this would be important because it's conceivable that this bill would encourage disgruntled employees to make false accusations. Further, the prospect of litigation that this bill would invoke is a major challenge to small businesses across our state. A business who might be exonerated from a case such as this would still have to shell out thousands of dollars in attorney fees. Most small businesses in our state can't afford that. And as we continue to bleed people in Pennsylvania to the tune of north of 250,000 people in the last decade, this certainly wouldn't help the matter. We all agree that it's important to protect employees, but it's also completely appropriate to provide employers with the ability to protect themselves and their interests if a false accusation is made by a disgruntled current or former employee. We can't be competitive as a state and pass laws like this simultaneously. Therefore, I urge a no vote. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative McKenzie, Minority Chair of Labor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a bit surprising that as we approach the 65th anniversary of the equal pay law here in Pennsylvania, we are in fact about to consider a bill that weakens the equal pay law. It guts the main provision of the equal pay law. Literally, it takes out the definition of equal work. What it does is it replaces equal work, which is what we have all been striving towards and believing that we should have equal pay between men and women, and it all of a sudden changes that definition to comparable work. And it redefines that main term in this bill and says comparable work now means work that is substantially similar, including substantially similar skill sets, effort, and responsibility. So no longer is this about equality. This is about comparability. That is a totally different standard than what we have all been striving towards for 65 years. This guts those provisions, and it hurts all workers who want to compete on merit. Whether they are a man or a woman, whoever the best person is in our Commonwealth, they should get the pay that they are deserving of. That's not what this bill is about. It is about gutting the system, a complete overhaul, and in fact taking us backwards. I would encourage a no vote on House Bill 98 if you actually stand for equality in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Mays. Waves off. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. Yeas are 102, the nays are 99. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1608, printers number 3038, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for medical assistance reimbursement for doula services.
On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Philadelphia County, Representative Cephas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the leadership of the Health Committee. As you know, House Bill 1608 would extend Medicaid coverage to doula services while also creating the Doula Advisory Board. Doulas are non-medical professionals trained to give physical and emotional support in childbirth. They offer constant, uninterrupted attention and encouragement during the birthing process. They are skilled in comfort and relaxation techniques for and experience in giving non-judgmental emotional support during pregnancy and during the postpartum period. With the most recent Maternal Mortality Review Committee report, we see the data still trending in the wrong direction, with Pennsylvania experiencing 107 deaths, with mental health conditions being the leading cause. Additionally, according to the March of Dimes of Pennsylvania, we still have a series of maternal health deserts, which is only exacerbated with this challenge, which is any county without any hospital or birth center offering obstetric care and without any obstetric providers. In the 2022 report, Nowhere to Go maternal care deserts across the U.S., they identified 6 counties in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Many other counties identified in their report aren't quite deserts, but also have limited access to care. Doulas can play a critical role in filling this gap in these deserts, and because of their close proximity to their clients, are able to track early warning signs of mental health concerns, as well as guiding them to proper resources to receive the care that they need. Again, research has shown that doula support leads to improved birthing outcomes, including reduced rates of cesarean sections, shorter labor durations, and higher rates of breastfeeding initiation. By providing continuous support, doulas contribute to safer and more positive birth experience. Again, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the committee of the Health Committee, and I urge everyone to give a yes vote for House Bill 1608. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognized Minority Chair of Health, the Gentlelady, Representative Rapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we approach the celebration of Mother's Day, I congratulate and commend the maker of this bill. I recognize fully what doulas can do for a mother before, during, and after childbirth. I'm thankful that this body supported the amendment last week to change the wording back to mother, as in the original bill, and I'm pleased now to support the bill and ask members to support this very important bill to support mothers across this Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the Gentlelady. Agreeable to the... Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a new father and somebody that utilized doula services in the pregnancy of my son, I want to recognize the importance of these services for all new parents across our Commonwealth. We want to make sure that they're available, not just to Medicaid, hopefully to private pay insurance recipients as well. And I would like to commend the author of this. This is just one step in, I think, what has been a long process since I started back in 2018 talking about this topic of maternal health in Pennsylvania. There is a lot more that we can do. This is just one step on that path, but I'd like to continue this good work in a bipartisan fashion and encourage a yes vote on this bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the Gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Speaker. As the co-chair of the Black Maternal Health Caucus, I am here to urge our members to vote yes for this very important bill. I'm happy that the minority chairwoman stood up and said that she would support this bill. The importance of doula care is for everyone. We want to make sure that we include folks as we are voting on these bills from the Momnibus, the PA Momnibus that we have so proudly brought forward to protect Black maternal health and all maternal health throughout the Commonwealth. We want to make sure that as we go through these 8 great bills, that they are ambitious bills, but they should not discount the very folks that die in this Commonwealth, that we have the numbers to prove it. Let's vote yes for this very important bill to continue to support our birthing people in this Commonwealth so that people will stop dying at the hands of maternal health. Thank you.
Chair thanks the Gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201. The nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2097, printers number 2973, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill as agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for medical assistance coverage for blood pressure monitors.
Will the House agree to the bill? This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Mays.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of House Bill 2097 that requires Medicaid coverage of at-home, clinically accurate, medically necessary blood pressure monitors for pregnant and postpartum enrollees. House Bill 2097 is one of the 8 great bills in the Pennsylvania Omnibus introduced by the Pennsylvania Black Maternal Health Caucus, of which I am proud to be co-chair. House Bill 2097 requires Medicaid coverage of blood pressure monitors is an evidence-based approach, an evidence-based legislative approach to the high rates of maternal mortality and morbidity in our Commonwealth. And when we make these blood pressure monitors available, we combat the adverse and fatal effects of hypertension or high blood pressure. 1/3 of maternal deaths are caused by high blood pressure. It can present as preeclampsia, which is one of the most dangerous forms of high blood pressure that affects the organs. It can worsen after birth, and it accounts for 16% of maternal deaths. Just a few weeks ago, the Black Maternal Health Caucus organized our 2nd annual Black Maternal Health Week at the Capitol to raise awareness and inspire leadership and legislative action among our colleagues on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers on the critical issue of Black maternal health. The fact that being Black and pregnant means that you are nearly 2 times more likely to die before, during, and up to 1 year after childbirth. And this is what motivates me and our caucus to pass each and every single bill in the Pennsylvania Omnibus. So I now ask you, my colleagues, to get on the bus. Get on the omnibus, because it is a travesty when anyone who is pregnant, regardless of race, loses their life when 92% of maternal deaths in this Commonwealth are preventable. Get on the bus, because when we advance Black maternal health, we advance all maternal health. Get on the bus, because these 8 great bills are protecting all families across Pennsylvania who desire to bring children into this world. I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 2097. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady on that question. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the maker of the bill, thank you. As a woman who had high blood pressure during pregnancy, who suffered from preeclampsia, I am very much aware of the need for these blood pressure cuffs and monitoring during and after pregnancy. So I thank you so very much for bringing this bill forward, and I look forward to this getting to the governor's desk. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 164, nays are 37. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2174, appointments number 3039 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the mixed-use revitalization program to revitalize blighted commercial properties.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Dauphin, Representative Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, House Bill 2174 is a simple bill recognizing the change in consumer habits that we have before us today, more online spending, more online shopping. Unlike when I was growing up and the mall was a place to gather and hang out and see friends, I can remember going to stores like The Wall and, of course, enjoying the food court, because you don't get to this size without loving food. The mall was a great place to be, to gather. It was a community center. Unfortunately, that is less and less so today. And so House Bill 2174 seeks to establish a program through the Department of Community and Economic Development where we can invest in redevelopment of malls. And this is a problem all across the Commonwealth. We have seen the Century Mall in Allegheny County, unfortunately, over many years fall into disrepair. My hometown mall, the Colonial Park Mall here, right here in the 105th Legislative District in Dauphin County, unfortunately has had 3 owners, and there's some instability. So we need to be creative about how we invest in these mall sites. They are massive land uses, and so the opportunity for redevelopment is ripe, and we can help with our housing shortage if we do this correctly. So it's going to take some investment. This is a great example of a public-private partnership. We are asking for developers to put in 25% of the program funds in order to spur redevelopment. Unfortunately, this is not something that is happening out of the kindness of developers' hearts. This is something we need to incentivize. And we adopted my colleague from Lycoming County's amendment to invest in American materials and equipment where possible. So I am asking my colleagues on each side for an affirmative vote. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman on that question. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Gatos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend the maker of the bill for addressing the affordable housing crisis and trying to provide affordable housing. I'd like to interrogate the maker of the bill.
Any of your other colleagues who have questions after session. Thank you, Representative.
The gentleman declines on the bill.
On the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So again, I'd like to commend the maker for trying to address the affordable housing crisis, and it is a perfectly fine idea, but I do have some concerns with the bill before a final vote is taken. I have a lot of questions here. The bill basically states that DCED will run the program, but my issue is that it basically says that the Commonwealth Finance Authority will. So I'm not sure who is actually running the program because the bill has both CFA and DCED. The bill also fails to identify what these eligible costs are, what is covered, what the developers can spend money on. Also, I don't understand where the issue of stabilization. What is stabilization? Under the bill, the developer will repay up to 50% of the principal amount of the grant when the development has achieved stabilization. I don't think it's defined in there, and I don't know what it means. So while this is a very well-intended bill, it does need a little bit more work, and at that point, I kindly ask for a negative vote on this legislation until we have a chance to review it further.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 109, the nays are 92. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1661, printer's number 3026 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B, for concurrence in Senate amendments. Question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? For that, the chair recognizes Representative Metzger for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate made a minor change and scheduled the drug as a Schedule III drug, and they did keep the exemption for veterinary medicine. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question of concurrence, chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 1661. While I understand the need to preserve access to xylazine in our agriculture industry, the simple fact of the matter is that putting xylazine into our Drug Control Act is the definition of insanity. We are doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Criminalizing the possession of an illicit substance is not going to deter someone from possessing it, especially when it comes to xylazine, because most people don't know that xylazine is in the drugs that they have purchased. So we are putting somebody in a position where they could face up to 5 years in prison for the possession of a substance that they don't know they possess. More than that, xylazine is an incredibly toxic substance to the body. The failure of our body to educate people about xylazine before criminalizing it is incredibly problematic. Xylazine has led to the amputation of limbs as well as death. And we are not telling people about that. Instead, we are sending them to prison. This is not the way that we should be addressing the issue of xylazine on our streets. And I am a no, and I encourage you all to be as well. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 172, the nays are 29. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bill's number and title as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 1661, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
The chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 1661.
For the information of the members, the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Powell, today was her first Delta Advocacy Day as the newest member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Chair congratulates the gentlelady. The charter moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations: House Bill 335, House Bill 1615, House Bill 1626, House Bill 2206. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar: House Bill 1169, House Bill 2225, Senate Bill 277. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Powell, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.